This is a Clouds weather alert.
Good Friday evening, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, coming on the air because we have a tornado outbreak situation once again continuing toward the center of the country. A very dangerous weather situation. I know I wish I had better news because this is becoming, a trend here that is just one that does not want to relent. It did a little yesterday there, but we have all this tornado potential rain, and that's going to lead to even worsening flash flooding concern later on as well. So a lot to get to, a lot to be on for. The worst storm right now is in northeastern Texas as we're tracking a confirmed large tornado in toward that area. So let me go ahead and switch over to our other radar perspective here as we're looking at things toward areas there toward like Upshur and Camp counties. I know we've been watching a lot of rotation with this and had some debris signature to points. It could have been worse based on what velocity was showing, though. I know the last couple frames as this is moving up toward Dangerfield are not quite as intense looking here, but that trend could just be a short-term one we shall see. So again, got to keep watching that tornado warning there toward parts of Camp, Marion, Morris, Titus, Upshur, and Wood counties in Texas till 5:30 Central Time. With a lot of other radar indicated tornado warnings on the board as well. As we go ahead and look at some things here, let's go toward parts of southeast Oklahoma and western Arkansas. This isn't the greatest radar coverage down here, but north of Texarkana, as we're looking at things, we do have some tornado warnings here on the board. So let me go ahead and bring your attention to these. Sevier, Howard, McCurtain counties. I know these could become more significant, as we look ahead in the timeline. We have another tornado warning for Little River, Hempstead, Sevier, Howard, and McCurtain. And as we look further back here, we're just watching the threat there. Just in the overall scenario, as we go ahead and put on velocity, it's really hard to make out exactly what's going on because the radar coverage is so poor because the radar is so far away from this area. But I know we have some storms here north of Little Rock we got to keep watching as well. I just got to pay attention up here. We have tornado warnings in this clustering. We got to watch these storms like in here as well. These discrete storms may be a little bit more prone to producing the tornadoes, the ones that are even more by themselves. But Van Buren and Conway County, the tornado warning, these are all radar indicated, but again, except for what we were tracked with the purple box. But Stone, Searcy, and Van Buren counties there. We have another tornado warning, and that tornado warning storm trying to get into southeastern Missouri pretty soon. This is all by itself, so we got to pay attention to this. It's north of Pocahontas. Toward Randolph County in Arkansas, tornado warning on the board right now. So just a very busy picture here as we're looking at things further back toward the west. And let me go ahead and give you the overview here on all this. We have a situation, we have areas in that yellow tornado watches within that zone that go for a while. So we just got to pay attention here toward that vicinity, and then you have this red zone here. This is where we have the highest tornado risk in that storm. Northwest of Longview is right in toward that corridor now. Eventually kind of head in that direction of Texarkana, maybe, give or take. You may slip a little east. It's hard to say for sure, but just got to kind of watch that carefully here with all these tornado warnings on the board, within the red zone even. As we go ahead and just continue to monitor, I see it's a thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag just went up into southeast Missouri, Ripley and Butler counties. There's quite a few watches on the board, tornado watches, and severe thunderstorm watch further up here in Missouri. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation there, like about St. Genevieve County southward of the severe thunderstorm watch, Cape Girardeau County southward in the yellow, that's a tornado watch. So kind of shows you where we would expect more of a tornado threat versus more of the wind and the hail. But, both areas could obviously get wind and hail and tornado threat. That's where, general precipitation weather is a little higher as we're tracking things. But everybody's got to pay attention here in this region as the situation does transpire here. I know they are still the office in Shreveport, Louisiana, still calling this a large and extremely dangerous tornado. As we're tracking things now, the newest warning just coming down from the office in Shreveport, Cass, as well as a Bowie or Bowie, depending on how it's pronounced over there, Upshur, Morris, Titus Camp, and Red River counties until about 6:30 Central Time. At 5:25, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Pittsburgh, Texas, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Danger-filled Quezon, Rocky Branch there, Omaha, and Naples there in that region of Texas. So, nasty situation there for sure. As we're monitoring things in toward the weather center, as I'm looking at all my different tools, that looks like it's trying to kind of reemerge again there a little bit. You saw how it was kind of maybe fading some, but now it looks like it wants so much relocate closer toward Lone Star and Dangerfield, but we shall see. As we continue to watch this, as we continue to track this, it's going to be a situation that does bear watching here. It does bear watching as we look ahead in toward the timeline. I know, let's go ahead and put the tornado parameters up on here. These are very volatile ones, indicating a higher risk for some tornadic activity. As we get over here, you're moving on Hot Springs, Arkansas, over toward areas like Searcy, up toward Batesville, maybe Jonesboro as well, and you know that even to some degree it goes into toward Memphis, so it starts to slack off some over there. You know, this red corridor here, up Russellville, Little Rock, Searcy, Jonesboro. Just continuing to track things. So again, we're just going to keep on tracking things here in toward the weather center. I know it's such a volatile weather situation. We're just going to go ahead and keep on looking at things here. Let me go ahead and put on some of our other information. Bear with me. As we look at things, as we track the scenario, you see all these storms. This is expected, you know, to be something that persists here into the later hours of the evening. This is what a forecast model is showing for 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern. You know, similar areas being impacted, give or take, and then still seeing that risk continue to zoom out just a little bit by about 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock Central, and you start to see it moving out of the highest risk areas, you know, spot to this later on, but it's going to be a very busy night. A lot of rain still and training into the region there, so not good. I mean, you see all that right around Memphis even tomorrow afternoon. Toward the south, let me back this up just a bit because we have to watch toward like northern Louisiana tomorrow, and then as they go forward, you know, we'll be watching that area, and then we'll be watching this progress, and eventually this will try to break its hold over that area and try to get further toward the south and the east here. You see it's across Mississippi early Sunday morning, northern Alabama, then you can kind of see how it keeps trying to push further and further off there. That's by 2 o'clock on Sunday, so we'll be watching some of this activity more over Alabama at that point. That'll be where the majority of it is, but we'll just have to continue to watch here the grand scheme of the overall meteorological pattern. So, again, just continuing to give you the very latest. See some rotation south and of Dangerfield there, a little bit south and east, but it's probably more just south, I'd say, for now. As you're tracking things, so those are all radar indicated at this point, but you can see some pretty tight rotation, you know, like southwest of Conway, Arkansas, southwest of Heber Springs, and the likes. North of Pocahontas. Again, a nasty situation. Some of these down here that start to get in a more favorable environment could become an issue. I know Storm Prediction Center sending out a measure scale discussion. They're talking about how this area in this red circle zone that we could have tornadoes with winds, you know, upwards in the worst case scenario. They think about 170 miles an hour over the next little bit. So that's a pretty high number there with some strong tornadoes. Persistent tornado watch continues to 9 o'clock Central Time. Multiple supercells are ongoing there. Where the storm mode is complex, the environment is highly favorable for tornadoes, potentially including a strong tornado risk. And then further north, semi-discrete supercells have intensified over north central Arkansas, and this trend is likely to continue with an increasing tornado threat across the region. Is shown influenced by a pronounced early evening strengthening of the low-level jet with current surface observations there of maybe about 2 to 3.5 millibars in terms of the fall in the last 2 hours, indicating that type of strengthening, and dew points also increasing, meaning the overall dynamics and the overall meteorological patterns become more favorable for very dangerous tornadoes here as we look ahead in toward the timeline. So again, gotta keep on watching, gotta keep on tracking here. This is northwest by a good way to Shreveport and southwest of Texarkana with that confirmed tornado, that confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornadoes. So I know we haven't got a whole bunch of information on it, but it radar indicates the significant nature of the overall parameters within that area and the overall threat based on the radar indications. And that, shift to the east a little bit, maybe just kind of watch it. It kind of wants to further on the radar, so maybe in a losing a little bit. It seems like once you're organized to be on path more, just the overall information tells us maybe it wants to track, and it's going to track closer to Texarkana eventually. Then that could be a problem there in northeastern Texas, and as we start, to get toward the Arklatex there, where everything kind of comes together. So again, just continuing to track things very carefully, just continuing to monitor things here, toward that Texas, and really you could say, a little bit of Oklahoma, maybe with this warning coming up too, but I know there's Louisiana behind me there, but I moved it so you can see that. So I know Arklatex is, kind of this, and it includes Oklahoma a little, I guess. It doesn't sound right, but in kind of that region here, the Arklatex vicinity. It kind of surrounds Shreveport here as well, but point being there, just that overall region, gonna have to pay attention toward, this time frame that's ahead as we're tracking things. The tornado around Lone Star, Texas, moving up toward Hughes Springs, and then maybe eventually Douglasville, and then that could take us closer toward Texarkana later on, which is a very highly populated area. So that's cause for pretty significant concerns. Just got to keep tracking that here. We currently have 8 tornado warnings in the country. That's not to the level we had, on Wednesday at points, but it's still noteworthy and significant. But only one is a confirmed one right now, but we're going to have to watch for more to get confirmed over the next little bit. So very volatile setup, and we're going to keep you up to date. If we need to cut back in before the top of the hour, 6 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock Eastern, for something more rampant here, more dangerous, like a tornado emergency, a storm really getting its, act together so much, it's just a, historic situation. We'll be back on before the top of the hour. But otherwise, I'll be back at the top of the hour here, which will be at 6 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock Eastern time. So real quick, I'm getting a loop to go around here on our other mode to kind of say the continuing threat here of the severe weather in the region there toward generally the center of the country. As we're tracking things in Texas, you maybe say, maybe not as much the center, but northeast Texas is starting to get up there a little bit further up, in toward almost the center of the country here. So just to kind of broad brush that the best we can. But again, I'm just going to keep you guys up to date here. I'm running that loop from other sources, letting it load on out here. It's going to be in night here on Friday night. You got to really pay attention to the weather. Some folks may be watching, the women's Final Four. Some watching college baseball. Some there may be watching the UFL football there, that league. Instead, if you're in these affected zones, you got to really, really pay attention to the weather, because that can be a situation where these tornado warnings could really be so imperative to get you into shelter before an injury could happen to you and or your family. So could even be a matter of life and death. They got to take the situation very seriously. And we'll have more here at the top of the hour unless we need to pop back in sooner. So for now, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Stay tuned and stay safe.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock, giving you guys the very latest, 6 o'clock in the central time zone there to clarify as we're going ahead and looking off toward the west of where I'm at in the eastern time zone. You can see all these tornado warnings that are popping on up here. We currently have 6 of them on the board. Not as bad as Wednesday right now. Doesn't mean that we couldn't take that extra escalation here as we look ahead into the hours to come, the minutes in the hour to come. So we got to really pay attention. We got to remain on guard. We don't have a PDS tornado watch or a high risk like we had back on Wednesday, but we have a moderate risk of 4 to 5 tornado potential, which is very high here, not something that happens much at all in the country. So let me go ahead and kind of run this through here, and then I'll pause it, and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about when I put on the 4 to 5 tornado risk. These are where the storms right now are going, where we have these tornado warnings clustered at toward that 4 to 5 risk. So, as we have that sunset here, as we have some low-level jet characteristics get involved, things could become a little bit worse here as we look ahead in toward the timeline. We have pressure falls here, so that can indicate a strengthening pattern. So these storms could become more volatile, more dangerous here as we look ahead in the moments to come. So we got to be really careful here. Got to be really careful. This right now is a radar indicated tornado warning as we're looking at things here. This was a confirmed large tornado situation though earlier on. So right now all for tornado warnings are just based on radar. We also got to watch out for flash flooding with some of those warnings. There are confirmed ones because of dangers that are pretty serious, and as we get more rain here in the hours to come, things could worsen. So that could become a really, really big story as we're looking right now. I know we have all these different tornado warnings, and I'm going to throw up our tornado safety tips. We just got to pay attention here in this situation, in our tornado outbreak. When there's tornado watches in play, you got to just stay tuned for the latest updates, and have multiple ways to receive alert when there's a tornado warning on the board, like there are 5 different polygons in terms of those being out right now for that potential. That means the tornado has been detected using radar. Now there's 6 tornado detected using radar expired. You want to seek such and such 30 building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something along those lines. I was just saying, there's a new tornado warning that it's literally just coming out right now. It's in southeast Missouri toward parts of the heartland, Butler and Ripley counties now. So let me go ahead and I'll throw it back on over to our other source here as we go ahead and are tracking things. So again, that's what you need to do if you're under a tornado warning. Seek shelter inside that 30 building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And really, these tips, sometimes they're kind of more designed for our North Florida, South Georgia zone, but up in these areas in the country, a basement is probably your best spot, unless you have a lot of flood water coming into that, because then that is a different type of situation where that's not maybe suitable. But in general here, that's what is advisable here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the scenario, as we look ahead in toward the timeline. So coming back on camera now, you can see this is that new tornado warning in the heartland. It's for Butler and Ripley at 6:02 Central. It's about thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located over Naylor, 11 miles north of Corning, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Weather Spotter reported a funnel cloud over the Naylor community. So flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes could be damaged or destroyed, and there could be damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. So, got to be on the lookout for that. And then trees, and those could suffer damage as well. And this potential tornado will be around Poplar Bluff in about the next 5 to 10 minutes, give or take here, according to the warning information. It may be slightly longer than that, quite honestly. They say about, it's 5 after the hour. They're saying it'll be there by around 6:10. So, I think it might be a little longer, but if you're under the red box, you just need to go ahead and take shelter here. You don't want to wait around for confirmation or for it to be right on you. Just if you're in the red box, take your tornado precautions. Get in that basement. I mean, That's something that in, that part of the country there, it's a little bit, of a calmer thing. And that instead of getting like into a closet or something or a bathroom and, huddling together, you have sometimes a little bit more room in a basement, and that can be safer even than a, interior room, unless you have the floodwaters coming in, something like that. So that's something you want to do if you're in a tornado warning, as you're looking at things, as you're tracking the situation, as we're monitoring things here. So just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what's happening. You see Poplar Bluff there in Butler County. We have this tornado warning. We have some stronger storms, towards some of the other areas further north, but they're not warned for. Let me just look at them because I have some family and friends in these areas, and I don't know if I love how that's kind of coming together there on the. There's not enough for a warning, so nothing to really be too worried about yet. But I just don't know if I love the greens and reds being anywhere close to each other on this, as we could get something to pop up kind of quick. But there's no warnings. I don't think. Let me see if there's any advisories. There's not even any advisories, so. It could just be, I know the way the radar hits these sometimes, on Weingarten. We'll have to watch. This is west of I-55 there, but it's worth monitoring, but there's nothing, exactly imminent here as I'm looking, and there's no warning on this. Doesn't mean you can't have anything, but it's kind of cool up there too. So that's why there's a thunderstorm watch versus a tornado watch up there. As we have less of the favorable parameters. We're seeing temperatures in the 50s up that way, and honestly, we could even have snow, like in North, a little bit at least in the North part of Oklahoma and parts of Missouri as we look ahead, later Saturday, Sunday in that timeline. So that's an interesting story for sure. But let's get back down to where the warnings are right now. There's no warnings up where I'm looking, further up there in Missouri, which is good at the present time. I mean, there's a flash flood warning up towards St. Louis, but let me go ahead and see you guys that real quick. Let me see that another source here. That's got to be monitored and, kept, in your mind. You got to be really careful when we're turning around, don't drown. As we're looking at East Central Franklin, Central St. Charles, St. Louis County, and St. Louis City. It's a base flash flood, so it's not an extreme danger one. Last 12 hours we've had a few inches, and on top of what we already had, it can make it easier to flood. It's not a, considerable or catastrophic situation, but you've got to still use caution here as we're looking at things up in that area. So, again, that is, getting further up into where Missouri. That didn't go to Jefferson County. It's not going to Jefferson County yet, but that's just, base flash flood warning. Got to be careful, but there's more lightning down here. Just whenever thunder roars, you got to go indoors here. I mean, that's just something that, the important mantra there, just like the turn around, don't drown mantra as well. But those aren't warned up there, other than that base flash flood warning, St. Louis area, and then some other flash flood warnings. But I mean, the thunderstorm or tornado, the urgent type of warning. That's what I mean. So they're not in play up there. As we go ahead and go back here toward the Naylor area, we're watching some rotation. Let me see what this. So that was just a bad look on radar there, and then further up, but moving up toward the Harveyell area, maybe, if I'm pronouncing that right. I may be mispronouncing that, but Harveyell maybe, but Poplar Bluff could be in line. You saw around Fairdale there, and or the Heartland. We're tracking this weather. Let me go ahead and check that Texas danger again. Some of this stuff is a little more clustered, which can help mitigate your tornado threat being too significant for too long in terms of something really strong and really large. So right now is this radar indicated toward like Douglasville, Texas. Okay, so we're gonna keep watching that though. And we have lots of tornado warnings in Arkansas. These are a little more discreet, and that could be a setup, the environment maybe a little more favorable. I don't like how that looks around Mountain View in Stone County. That could be an issue here. On Hanover, we don't have the greatest radar covers there. So if they had a tornado down, it'd be a little harder to know until it's a little too late, possibly, for some of these areas. That's why in Izzard and Stone County, they need to take those tornado precautions immediately as we're looking there. And then as we get toward some of these other spots, let's get down into toward southwest Arkansas. Let's go to Hempstead and some of those areas that are under the warning action down there. Howard, Sevier, Little River. We have, the radar coverage is so bad down here, you don't know if something's down or not, maybe until it's too late. But take shelter if in these areas here. It's really hard to see one way or the other, but tornado warning in play. Some different ones down there, Howard and Sevier. And then Hempstead, Howard, and Little River and Sevier. And then we have you know, Islington and Stone as we get further up in the state. As I was alluding to, then we have the one in southeast Missouri. I don't have the best radar view on that right now, but then just continuing to check things. We're going to keep watching. This isn't an overwhelming situation. We're going to stay on wall to wall. But I got to pay attention. You know, things can ramp up quickly. It's not in our local area either. This is not to the level of Wednesday at this point. It could get closer to that, and it could get closer to what happened on March 14th. We're not at either one of those levels yet. We have had some tornado reports in northeast Texas, though. You know, that could have been a little bit noteworthy at points, but I don't really have a lot of information on those right now. The radar coverage wasn't great, and I haven't seen a whole bunch out of those yet. The storm around Poplar Bluff is more discreet, which I don't know if I love that at all. You know, being by itself, that can be a problem here for the Poplar Bluff area. They've already seen so much, you know, headache and heartache really from this severe weather here lately. Like we had the fatalities there back March 14th, some of them that fateful night. And this is by itself, so, you know, you saw those. I saw them, I'll pull them up. Look at all that purple. It's right on the edge of some very high tornado fuel here environmentally. So if we get more of that to kind of work in with this here, now the instability is lacking a lot, but if that was more co-located, we have a bigger problem on our hands. We're lucky that that's just staying just north of the greatest instability, because that'd be a lot more dangerous otherwise. Still could be, but the thing is, it's only 59 in Poplar Bluff, so we could have a tornado there. Yes, there's a tornado warning. Could we have an EF3 or an EF4 at 59 degrees? Probably not. You know, could get us wrong. You know, you have 2 tornadoes not out of the question. But if you know, 59 degrees, if this was, you see, it's 81 in Kennedy. That's not far away. If it was 81 in Poplar Bluff and that was on there, we'd be talking about a different story. So we're, you know, just where the boundaries are with the frontal axis, that, you know, makes a huge difference. I mean, Kennett to Poplar Bluff's only 35 miles here. If you get that warm air to come in more, that could be a problem. I'll back it up. I mean, earlier on, you were only at 70 in Kennett there about 4 hours ago. So it has increased. Poplar Bluff 4 hours ago is only a few degrees cooler. So it hasn't really warmed up enough to get something that's catastrophic up here. But wind and hail can definitely occur in a localized tornado. You know, EF2 or under is possible up there too. There's a 15% tornado risk for a reason, because there's a chance we could get more of these favorable characteristics. I just don't see a, you know, tornado completely wiping away buildings here at 59 degrees. You can still get something pretty significant though under the tornado warning effect. So that's just kind of the meteorology of it. At 59 degrees, that's just too cool for something really bad to happen, probably. You know, overall, generally. Doesn't mean a lightning strike couldn't tragically take someone's life, though. Doesn't mean that somebody couldn't have an accident that turns tragic. And you have 2 tornadoes hitting a mobile home, knocking trees down, and then, you know, a tree falls on somebody, that can be tragic. So this is maybe not, you know, as big of a national story in that area that could be. If the instability was up, we'd be talking about what we saw over like Lake City, Arkansas on Wednesday, and that could still happen if we get more instability to come in quickly. But right now, we literally have no surface-based cape noted. I think there may be some energy, though. You can see the other energy mode shows that it's not quite right for the tornado threat to maximize there yet, which is great. You know, we're thankful for that. But other areas, it's a little bit more ripe, and things, you know, could take off here in the wrong set of circumstances. So we just have to be very mindful of what could happen. Very, very mindful, very vigilant. I mean, look how warm it is in Little Rock. There are 83, 81 degrees around there in that vicinity. That is a problem if we get some discrete development, because the tornado parameters, you know, there into the west, if these are a little more isolated especially, they'd have a really big problem. We'd have a really big problem. And the flood threat, it doesn't matter what the temperature is to have that. So just keep that in mind. This may change, but for the moment we have just 2 tornado warnings in the country. So that's a big departure there. But, you know, our risk, this is half of what it was on Wednesday. But this is a type of risk that, you know, spun up what was on March 14th. It's the same risk as March 14th. And we know what happened in there toward these areas in the heartland. That was 3 weeks ago tonight as we were looking and tracking things. You know, the tragic turn of events there for sure. As we were looking at things, as we were tracking here, as I look back at that calendar, March 14th, that Friday, now 3 weeks later, a threat high number of threats here with the tornado potential if things come together this wrong. And yesterday we kind of had the boundary stay off where things weren't organized and just right. So we had a 10% tornado risk, didn't have to go on. Today it's a 15. Tomorrow we have a risk down to the south, and it's in a more unstable air possibly, and that could be an issue here. But we do have some cooler air trying to come in. We're going to have, like I said, snow maybe. Some snow toward like Oklahoma and Missouri as we look ahead into toward the timeline here, which is remarkable. So not really impactful for the most part, but again, just continuing to track this here, continuing to give you guys the very latest on exactly what is happening. We have 2 tornado warnings right now, but we have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings and 19 flash flood warnings. So, down there on Texarkana, that storm is in a more favorable setup. It's a lot warmer down there. And if this can become a little more discreet, what I mean by that is more isolated, this can become a bigger problem for that community, for those areas there in Texas and northeast Texas. So we have to keep paying attention. We have severe thunderstorm warnings, west of Little Rock as well. So we're going to keep tracking things. We have all these flash flood warnings, the green boxes. So, we got to stay tuned and stay safe here. And we'll be back at the bottom of the hour with more. But I don't think we're to the point we need to be talking wall to wall about this right now. In case things were to take that escalation later, we want to make sure we have plenty of energy here in the weather center. So we're just going to go ahead. I'm talking about myself. So again, we're going to keep you updated. Be back at the bottom of the hour with more in about 12, 13 minutes. Unless we get something to really escalate on us, like a tornado emergency, which I would not expect the next few minutes at least. But we'll just continue to track this, continue to give you the very latest. Eventually, that flood threat could be a generational one as we're looking toward like western Kentucky and surrounding areas as more and more rain comes in after they've already had so much rain. Some areas are already getting over a foot. And now many more inches still a possibility, and some of that could come rather fast. So that could be a real big problem here as we're looking ahead later on in the timeline. So we're watching all the watches. Yellow there, that means tornado watches in play. Pink, that means severe thunderstorm watches in play. So that's the broad shaded areas. The polygons, yellow, severe thunderstorm. Green's flash flood. Red, regular tornado warning. Purple is a confirmed tornado warning, at least at some point in the process. Right now, in toward Texas, that is just radar indicated, though. So, toward northeast parts of that state. So, be back in a little bit with more, about 10 minutes, so stay tuned. We'll see you at the bottom of the hour. Keep it tuned right here.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here at the bottom of the hour, tracking things at 6:30 Central Time on your Friday night. This is April 4th here, 2025. And we do have a lot of flash flood warnings in the country, 23. There's those green boxes. There's 9 yellow boxes. There's a thunderstorm warning. Only 2 tornado warnings right now, which is good news, quite honestly, from what it can be here and could be here later on. And even at points what it has been over the last little bit, we saw quite a few more of those than that, but nothing like Wednesday so far. But that could change here any moment. I know some of the stuff's getting too clustered together to produce the higher tornado threat, but we have to just pay attention here. And I know we have different boundaries if things can ride along a warm front like up here and get more into the favorable slot. Then we're going to be more careful according to some media reports there out of the Poplar Bluff area, and according to the Weather Service in the statement now, the weather spotter did spot a funnel cloud, toward the Poplar Bluff area. So that's just as of a little while ago. But if they're not quite getting warm enough air and to get that down to the surface, then that maybe stays aloft, and that's a great story, and that it doesn't actually cause that damage if it's just a funnel cloud, because I mean that's not a tornado. It's staying aloft, but when a funnel cloud comes down to the ground, that is a tornado. So we're a lot cooler up there in toward this area, and toward like 59 degrees around Poplar Bluff. So that's a limiting factor here as we're tracking things with the overall meteorology. You see all these tornado parameters of things can become more isolated in this corridor here, Owensboro, Blytheville, Memphis, and we could have real big problems because, I mean, we have plenty of instability there, and the temperatures around Memphis, I mean, we're in the mid-80s over in that area and toward Shelby County, Tennessee. So, again, got to be really careful, got to be really mindful of what's happening here over the next little bit as we're tracking the overall scenario. I know we're watching that warning, we're watching Hempstead and Howard and Arkansas. That is in an area where we do have a little bit more energy to work with, but that's kind of in more of a line segment here right now, so it's not the most favorable slot. We're not getting like supercells everywhere like what we did Wednesday night. Some of these are kind of supercellular. This one is here, but it's not in the most favorable environment here so far. Not in the most favorable quadrant, I guess you could say. But we do have like flash flood warnings in St. Genevieve County, Missouri now, so that's impacting some family up in that area. I need to let them know here in a moment about that. Heavy rain coming across that zone pretty rapidly, so you got to remember, turn around, don't drown in nowhere that area. That's an important mantra. Not a considerable catastrophic threat, but that's just one of 23 flash flood warnings in the country. We're going to have to keep our eyes on these green boxes that some of these areas have seen. Like down in here on West Plains, there's a report of about a foot of water in a Habitat for Humanity location there, according to the storm report. Around Mountain View, water over a road there toward Howell County, Missouri. The South Center Street, Willow Springs area, impassable in Howell County. So, and then around Fayetteville, I mean, some of these areas have picked up 5 inches of rain here in 12 hours. And then in the last hour, I mean, there's just adding more to that. So, again, a nasty situation here. Dangerous weather conditions do continue here with the overall pattern. Let me go ahead if there's any questions or comments from any of the viewers at home. I don't see anything here right now, but I'm just going to continue to watch, continue to track here the situation. I'll be back at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern or more, but if we need to pop back in for something really urgent, really developing, I will. But remember, turn around, don't turn it. No. We've had reports of fatalities from flooding and tornadoes here over the days, previous here and even today. I know flooding toward areas in Kentucky, even, some tragic stories coming on out there. So you just got to be really careful, got to be really mindful of these dangerous conditions. And I'll have more here at the top of the hour, unless, again, we have something really urgent. Right now, it's not just a, urgent national situation, but still a big deal toward some of these local communities here, toward our land, toward neighboring states here as well. So stay tuned, stay safe, and I'll be back here with another update about 25 minutes. Of course, if we have escalation in the storm threat or the tornado threat precisely, then I'll have to go a lot longer form like what we've had to do. But right now, it's not quite at that point. But we're on guard for it. 15% moderate tornado risk is a big deal. So we're going to be here to guide you through it. I know as we get toward, tomorrow watching the rest toward like the Arkla Miss, and then Sunday we start to have that risk get closer toward our area later on in the timeline toward Tallahassee, and then Monday with some lingering rain and a storm threat. A little lower, but still possible severe weather toward like north central Florida, areas of North Florida in general and South Georgia. So we'll be watching, we'll be tracking, and see you guys in just a little bit. Again, stay tuned and stay safe.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here with you at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern, as we're continuing to watch the severe weather set up here across the center of the country. Yet again, another day of danger. I know not as bad so far as Wednesday by any stretch, but that could still change. And we have a lot of flash flood warnings in the country, 27. The tornado threat hadn't come into play too crazy. We had more warnings earlier on. Did have some confirmed damage in northeast Texas. That was pretty significant. But overall, we haven't seen the scope of these numerous strong tornadoes on the ground like what we could have seen so far toward Arkansas, but that can still change. We have the low-level jet involved. We're around sunset. There's still some characteristics if we get these storms to be more isolated that things could, really take off with here as we are looking ahead. So you see how warm it is toward some of these areas in the 80s toward the south, but where a lot of the storm accent has been holding here, we're a lot cooler. So that's a helping out here to some degree, only in the 50s in some of these spots. That severe thunderstorm warning in southeast Missouri, it's only in the 50s and 60s there. So that's limiting our tornado threat, and that's why that has a severe thunderstorm warning on it now versus a tornado warning coming from the Poplar Bluff area. I know as we look toward like St. Genevieve County, Missouri, that's just one of 27 flash flood warnings in the country. And we are getting reports of 6 inches of standing water there, according to a train spotter around Farmington in St. Francis County on Maple Street. And then you can see all that heavy rain there, Weingarten, Kaufman, going towards St. Genevieve. And you see St. Mary is coming on in. I would not be surprised if Perry County gets put under a flash flood warning by the Paducah office here pretty soon with all this rain coming in. They probably will get put under one, to be quite honest. As you see to the north, there's a little gap in the flash flood warnings, but St. Louis under it, that danger there, and then from Festus south, another box in between. Don't have a flash flood warning, but there's down power poles there in toward parts of Jefferson County. It says a flood report, so I don't know if it's because of the flooding that's done it. If so, you think there'd be a flash flood warning there, but there's not officially right now. There are quite a few reports there of flooding toward the St. Louis area and up toward like Florissant, Missouri, the Civic Center there, and the Hazelwood area on East Dunn Road has floodwater in its parking garage from Coldwater Creek. Car stuck in water at I-70 at 270 there in North St. Louis County. As we continue to watch, I know southern parts and areas in toward Illinois there. There's a lot of lightning, heavy rain there, and we're getting towards south central Illinois and the like there. The one tornado on the board, this is a discrete storm, so that's something we really got to pay attention to because, it doesn't have the instability right now, though, but if it can get the instability, it'll be a problem. But it's really just in the edge of the tornado parameter, and lacking the instability it would need to become more of a serious situation here right now. So except for northeast Texas, where we had some earlier on in an area with poor radar coverage, it was hard to see them anyway, quite honestly. On the Doppler, we had a few of those warnings that were a little bit more serious earlier on. No tornado emergencies, nothing like that, but still could have had a strong tornado or two in toward that area. It seems like we definitely did based on some images I've seen on social media there. So that was in northeast Texas earlier on, away from the Dallas metro and the like, but up there north of like Tyler, north of there though, like in toward this pocket. We still have some flash flood warnings in that general vicinity. As we're tracking things. So you see a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings as well in those yellow polygon areas that are covered. We have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings in the country right now. But again, 27 flash flood warnings. But, the most important is only 1 tornado warning right now. Let's go ahead and check that on velocity. Again, this could be worse for that tornado standpoint. But we just got to keep paying attention here. Keep monitoring things with the overall scenario. You see around the Cushman community, we're watching there for some rotation to try to get down to the surface. But again, there's some limiting factors right now keeping these storms here from being maybe more prolific tornado producers in some of these spots because these storms are a little bit more elevated here. Now, this storm has a rotation in southeast Missouri, and it could, if it gets the instability, it'd be more of a tornado warning situation again. And there is the potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds with this. And then, some hail to over an inch in size. But, if we get more instability, then that could be a problem. But right now, it's not necessarily the case. But we're just going to have to keep paying attention here Just keep paying attention. You see how cool it is off to the north and west. And then you see here the lower parts of Arkansas, these severe thunderstorm warnings, though, on the board. I know around Hot Springs, we're just watching their morning lined up with a big storm developing. Let me kind of point it out. So you see the one red box, that's kind of, if it gets more into the warmer area, it could become a problem real quick. But you see this untapped area here. If we start getting more storms by themselves out in there, then we could have a problem on our hands here as we look ahead in the hours to come. You know, at night when people were maybe not able to see a tornado coming their way. Even so, some of them you can't see any of it because they're rain wrapped, but at night it makes it even more significant. So again, I just got to be very mindful of that as we see all these flash flood warnings. I mean, this is just one example of them up here. I mean, you can see last 12 hours rainfall, you know, multiple inches around St. Genevieve there, and then north side of St. Louis, they've had, you know, maybe 4 or 5 inches, something like that. Trying to look here, 2 to 4 with another 1 to 2. They're now calling it a particularly dangerous situation. Flash flood warning, not tornado or anything like that, but flash flood warning now for St. Louis and north. So things have started to take that turn there a little bit as we're looking over the flash flooding. And this may be underdoing a little on this map, but in the urban area there with all that rain coming down, it's becoming more of a problem here. Let me go ahead and kind of check here. Half foot of rain in some of these spots here. According to this mode, this is a more accurate mode with this, I would say, because the other one had the tendency to underdo some of this. But these grays are indicating about 6 inches of rain storm total here, you know, as we're looking at things. So all that rain adding up and down here as well towards St. Genevieve County. You know, not as much in Perry County so far comparatively, but these different corridors could fill in throughout the night when you can't see how deep the water is. You know, you might not be able to do so during the day, but at night it becomes even harder because it's dark and you still, you know, can't see the road. You can't see it anyway during the day because, you know, in some cases it's just so deep. You just don't you have the rain coming down, the visibility is reduced. You just don't know how deep it is anyway, but at night you're even less likely to know how deep it is. So we're going to keep watching things and keep track, and it's not, you know, just an overwhelming scenario right now where we have, you know, numerous tornadoes on the ground or anything like that. But we're going to have to keep paying attention. That flooding threat's going to become a bigger problem on a Friday night when people want to maybe enjoy things after already a busy weather week. But instead, you got to pay attention because all that rain adding up, becoming more and more of a problem here throughout the night, and this could become, you know, we start seeing more like flash flood emergencies become the storyline here as we look ahead into the timeline. So, got to really pay attention in that regard. I'm looking here, just trying to see if we have any flash flood emergencies. Yeah, we may start seeing those here pretty soon. There's quite a few considerable flash flood warnings, even in Kentucky and the like, and it looks like they've upgraded to St. Genevieve County, one maybe to considerable now. So it's not good. You know, becoming more of a flood problem here. You know, just like the St. Louis one, more of a considerable danger. I know that'll go off on your phones with an emergency alert once it's a considerable tag. So, and it's not great here. And, you know, that's one level below emergency. So we just, you know, have a situation where it's really a matter of life and death. So, okay, we did just get a tornado warning now toward the heartland. So let's go ahead. That storm is really strengthening now. It may be right because it's getting into some warmer air here. At least a possibility. So let me go ahead and look at it. This is for Cape Girardeau, Bollinger County there, or Bullinger. I know it's a different pronunciation sometimes involved there, but Scott, Stoddard, and Wayne until 8 o'clock. So we have a circulation south of Zalma, and we're seeing a pretty tight circulation here. And that's headed right up toward Cape Girardeau. So they're now saying hail could be up to 2.75 inches with this. So there's the tornado warning hadn't popped up there, but now it has. Okay, so you see what I'm talking about. Tornado warning, including the western side of maybe Cape Girardeau, really, with that hook on this storm. Another night with a possible tornado approaching the Cape Girardeau area. Granted, it could be a situation where we end up with the overall boundaries here becoming, you know, it could strengthen real quick and then weaken back down real quick, depending on how it can interact with warmer air that's in the environment. So Let me go ahead and pull that tornado warning up on a different mode here. See him go up on the hill like that is rather concerning. This may go north of Cape Girardeau though, guys. Just so you guys know with this, I'm going to go ahead and pull one up here, other source. Bear with me. I'm looking at this here. So you see it runs down with advance. We're watching that, and let's just see if there's any debris with this. Check another mode. Probably not, but you know, we're gonna have to pay attention to this. It may be more of a Jackson, Missouri threat there in Cape Girardeau County than in Cape Girardeau itself. So you kind of see that threat there as we're looking at things over the next little bit. So again, just continuing to watch this here. You see that little hook on here. And if we had more instability, this would be a lot bigger deal with the tornado threat. I think the hail, though, you know, 2.75 inches in diameter, that could, you know, be a little bit more likely to occur out of this. That could lead to some, you know, windows being busted out if that were to verify, especially in vehicles and the like there in the ward southeast Missouri. So, you know, the cooler air can be more favorable with that sometimes there. So, we're going to be back at the bottom of the hour, unless we need to pop back in earlier with a more urgent situation, more urgent information. So, let's leave this running here right now. Just going to leave that on the screen, and then I'll be back here at the bottom of the hour, 7:30 Central, with more updates on the weather scenario. So for now, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud in the Weather Center. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. Stay tuned, stay safe. Remember, if there's tornado warning, fog, including your area, get to that interior room away from windows. Basement's preferable, but if you have that flash flooding situation, you know, if you have that flash flooding situation involved, then sometimes you can't get to the basement there. It's not as safe for you, and you're, you know, wanting to get more of an interior room. And then that basement, though, I know it's a situation. You know, that again, that's the preferred tornado spot. But flash flooding, you just gotta make sure you're at a higher ground, and you're also just kind of making sure you don't go through this flooded roadways there, because you can get swept away really quickly and in a very tragic manner. So very important to keep everything in mind here with the weather situation tonight. And I'll be back here soon, about 17 minutes, unless we need to come back on sooner.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour here, 7:30 Central Time, as we continue to watch all the different alert information. And I know just getting updates here. We did have a report of a tornado on the ground or an advance there toward southeast Missouri. Ended up getting that to come down toward the ground. The latest update is now that it's back to being radar indicated there, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So toward Jackson to Cape Girardeau. Really need to still watch as it could try to touch that down again here over the next little bit as we're watching that situation. And we're just going to keep watching the different scans. We also have a tornado warning southwest of Little Rock more in the line. But, out there, some of these parameters that this enters toward areas for the east, they might be more favorable for some twisting. So we got to be kind of careful there in that regard as we track things off toward the Little Rock metro area in the hours to come. So, quite a bit going on in that regard. And there was a tornado reported there around Cushman there in Independence County, Arkansas in the last few minutes, at least touching down for a brief period of time. So, seeing some different things try to escalate a little bit on us here over the last few minutes as we're looking at the overall situation. Definitely worth noting as we get towards some of these different areas. I know this was a radar confirmed tornado, apparently, as we were looking at things. Actually, weather spotters saw the tornado along Highway 91 in advance. Trying damaging tornado on baseball size hail. The hazards with that at that point now is half dollar size hail and tornado. As the storm recently produced a tornado in advance, it can produce another tornado at any time. So I need to be pretty mindful. I say Jackson, but looking at some of these later scans, I wonder if it's going to right up back into where Cape Girardeau. We saw a tornado hit there back on Wednesday. So they're not great here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things. The environment shouldn't be as volatile as that day, but it was an EF1 that came through Cape Girardeau, and there's always a chance that you could have something just as stronger than that come through tonight. So you just got to be very mindful of that here as we're looking at the overall scenario, as we're tracking things here in toward the weather center with this tornado warning there. As I know, we're also watching a big uptick in the flash flooding threats. Let me go ahead and put on some of the information here on our other source. Bear with me as I want to show you guys some of the latest information coming out in some of the other radar products here. This is going to be something that kind of helps to try to tell that weather story a little bit as we're looking here, as we're tracking things. And I'm just going to switch to the Paducah radar. I'm on a different source than I generally, because I wanted to see we'd have a flash flood emergency in play for Carter County in Missouri. So that's a more urgent type of alert. So I need to switch over to the Paducah side. I want to try to display some radar perspective with the different kind of polygons. I have on a different mode. I haven't used this too much here lately, but it's helpful to kind of identify where some greater dangers are lying at now as we're tracking things. So let's go to this. I haven't used this in a while. Let's make sure. Yeah, there we go. It came up. So that's good that it came up for us here as we're looking at things. And by the way, now the only tornado warning in the country is that one in Missouri at the moment. So that's kind of a storyline there as we're tracking the situation, as we're monitoring here, as we're trying to keep you guys safe. I know we have some considerable flooding potential toward like St. Louis, up there, but then considerable now towards St. Genevieve County as well. And that's not what you want to see. There's a base flood warning, flash flood warning for Perry County. This came in. We have a tornado warning down in here. But then this is the, let me just take off the considerable flash flood warning. Then this is the tornado warning, the flash flood emergency up. This is a flash flood emergency for Carter County in Missouri, specifically for Van Buren. As emergency management there has reported thunderstorms in that area. Where, they've already had 2 inches, additional 1 to 2, and they've had, just more before that. And catastrophic flooding is being reported. So, extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flood under an evacuation order there around Van Buren in Carter County. So, Roy, nasty stuff they're dealing with there. Look at all this heavy rain, though. I mean, St. Genevieve County, this is going to worsen the flooding potential up there over the next little bit. But things are starting to escalate a little bit as we move ahead here and toward the timeline. We just got to be really mindful of what could happen here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the overall scenario here. Very important to stay on top of things here meteorologically. Let me go ahead and pull up a different mode here. And we're going to go ahead and run it to the end here. Much severe thunderstorm warning down in this line. Flash flooding up here, and then the tornado that was reported on the ground up in here. And the angle on this, so that's, that almost like I said, more toward Cape Girardeau on this than it did maybe up toward Jackson. So this is something that, even if they're on the edge here and not getting a tornado consistently with this, you could get a touchdown again at the wrong spot, which would be a more popular area like Cape Girardeau. I know surface-based Cape Illinois set up, but there's other types of energy here in play, over 1,300 joules per kilogram, which I know gets really technical, but, between that, the supercell composite is really up there. Those are big enough factors to get something down. Now, the significant tornado parameter, though, in the surface-based Cape are the two that are really limiting this. So, obviously that's good as I'm reading information over here, That's good that we're getting at least some limitations on this, but it's on the edge here and getting more warm air into it. It could start to become more of a problem. But look at all the flash flood warnings in the heartland of that flood threat really gets worse and worse here towards southeast Missouri and the like over the hours to come. So it's becoming more serious. Do not travel really anywhere in the heartland. Especially if you're getting a heavy rain and you're in a flash flood warning, don't travel unless you're needing to flee and, an area that's flooding so bad that you gotta evacuate. So that's kind of the storyline there as we're tracking that. Still that moderate tornado risk here in play. They may go down to a 3 out of 5 tornado risk in the next update. As we're looking at that red, that may go away and just switch over to gold and the whole vicinity there. The tornado threat isn't coming into play quite as much further up north past northeast Texas as it could. But we just have to stay tuned and stay safe here for the latest developments. We just got to be very mindful of what could happen here over the next little bit. You got to be staying on top of the situation here meteorologically, that's for sure. So again, I just continue to track everything, with that tornado warning toward Cape Girardeau County. That's always a concern here. And you have a more popular area involved with this. That could be something we have to pop back in before the top of the hour with more, depending on the overall timeline. That warning goes till the top of the hour. But let me see what the speed is on this. It is moving northeast at 40. So let's go to our other source here. Let me go ahead and see what we might have on our other source. So it doesn't look like anything's down definitively right now, but northeast at 40, so track this from the Delta area. Now these areas got hit the other day generally by tornadoes. This isn't great to see that type of repeat. But that's, maybe not on the ground the whole time there, but still any potential is nerve-wracking, I'm sure, after what happened. But 14 miles, so the speed is 40 on this. So to do the math here, that means it'll be in there in about 20 minutes, give or take, toward Cape Girardeau. So about right up at the top of the hour, we could have a tornado coming in on Cape Girardeau. So may get a new tornado warning in there pretty soon. If not, a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag and the wind hail threat being elevated. So just got to be very mindful of that here as we look ahead in toward the timeline. So again, just continuing to track things here in toward the weather center tonight. Very important to do that, obviously, as we look ahead in toward these times here to come. Check correlation coefficient again. If we had a tornado, it would be tighten up a little, it looks like, on that northern edge. And if that's in the northern edge, then just another track on this kind that could take it, that like something like this, maybe, it will get on the north side of Cape Girardeau, but if you had a debris signature and it looks like it's tightening or east of Allenville, you see some blue somewhere in this vicinity. It would be on the other mode, not that blue circle I'm using, but you would see something like this here. You see a little yellow, but it's not really co-located, so it's not really definitive, which is good, because if it is definitive, that's a problem, meaning you got something pretty significant on the ground. I will say, it doesn't look like the most obvious structure for a tornado, and we are looking a little higher up, which can, make things a little harder to see sometimes, but Just continuing to track things here in the Weather Center. Going to some different modes here. That looks tighter on that. Yeah, let me just see here. That's super res. That's the newest scan. Yeah, they did just go with a new tornado warning now for Cape Girardeau County, as well as Scott County, Missouri, and Alexander and Union in Illinois. So severe thunderstorm capable producing a tornado located over Dutchtown near Chaffee there, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Maybe Chaffee. I know we have a Chaffee here in our North Florida area, but Chaffee Row. I think it's Chaffee actually up there in the heartland. My experience interning up there, if I remember right, but with that pronunciation. As we continue to look there, though, you know, it's really near. I mean, they say, you know, this area here, but it's really up here more toward Allenville to Dutchtown. They said it right for Dutchtown. This potential tornado did have a, you know, confirmed tornado on in the history of producing a tornado with this. So, need to be really careful around Cape Girardeau in the metro. We just had this 48-hour to go to some degree. This isn't quite as significant looking right now, but keep in mind it was an EF1 in Cape Girardeau. You know, even in a setup that maybe isn't quite as favorable, you can get an EF1, EF2 still right into town. This could wrap up right into town here if we get the wrong setup circumstances coming into play. So you got to be really aware here. A lot of folks got lucky in Cape Girardeau on Wednesday, and you know there's a chance that some folks don't get lucky again tonight. So, you know, despite, you know, it maybe not being the most volatile setup, the tornado warning includes the metro here. You know, and I know KFES 12, they took shelter in the basement there with their covered Wednesday. It may be another situation where they have to do that again tonight. You know, where I interned there, it's been almost 10 years, so believe it or not, somehow. You know, it seems like it was just yesterday. But as we go ahead and look here, you know, they may be Grant Day, the chief meteorologist there. Y'all might be taking shelter again here in a little bit, you know, because this is headed in their directions in general, you know, generally toward Cape Girardeau with a new tornado warning. It's that red box, not confirmed at the moment, but a red tornado warning box for Cape Girardeau. Things are heating up here in the Weather Center. We're going to pop back on here if it's needed before the top of the hour. Otherwise, I'll see you here at 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern, with more on the ongoing developments. So, yeah, let me go ahead and just continue to track things. We'll continue to watch things here in toward the Weather Center. So, again, that's going to do it for this update, but I'll be back if I need to before the top of the hour. This is going to be heading in toward Cape Girardeau, right toward the top of the hour. So, I'll be back, you know, around that top of the hour, maybe a little sooner, depending on how things escalate or don't escalate here. So take shelter up in Cape Girardeau. Don't wait around. Take tornado precautions now in the Cape Girardeau metro area because this storm, as a tornado warning for it, does have a history of producing a tornado. So stay tuned, stay safe. We'll be back here in 15 minutes. As I see reports from Texas earlier on now around the Lone Star community. Trees snapped, overturned cars reported. I know left in that area earlier on this afternoon. Here we're looking at our coverage, so in the early evening. So you got to just be, you know, vigilant here in these weather situations, and I'll have more here in just a little bit.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you now, getting a report of a tornado on the ground there in Cape Girardeau County. So folks need to take shelter immediately. Let me go ahead and switch on over, if you haven't already taken shelter, that is, because you probably should have, as we were alluding to this thread here just a little while ago. But now, according to a train spotter, at 7:52 Central Time, tornado headed toward Gordonville. So really that, at this point, it's kind of right in here, right, as I look right in there around the interstate, I-55, it would look like. So this is a very dangerous situation. We're going to try to pull up some traffic cameras. But if you're anywhere on Cape Girardeau, especially as you're looking Cape Girardeau and maybe just off toward the north side of things there in that community, in that highly populated area, you really, really need to be taking shelter. So I'm going to try to pull up some traffic cameras now as we're looking here around Cape Girardeau. See if we can see the tornado. We're going to try to look for it here as we're dealing with this situation. Let's go ahead and pull up this Missouri Department of Transportation camera right now. Again, we're getting a report of a tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground. Maybe we'll see it between some of these flashes. And some of these flashes could be, even if you maybe are watching, you might be able to just pause it and see it better than I can. But, some of these pauses, in these videos, you can just kind of be able to see the tornado between the flashes there. And some of these flashes could be from a tornado and the power flashes. Some could be from lightning. So tornado reported on the ground down in the Cape Girardeau area. So take your tornado precautions. I'm trying to scan the sky. It looks like somebody at the Department of Transportation is trying to find it. There may be something there. Oh, that might be it. It's hard to tell for sure, because we're having to look at it. It's not during the day, so I'm having to look between the flashes here. But somebody at Missouri, I think I saw something there, but they know what directions they're trying to look, because and they're the ones operating Missouri Department of Transportation. So we just need to get folks in the shelter there on Cape Girardeau. A tornado reported on the ground here in the Cape Girardeau Metro. I think I see it in there, guys. I think I see the lowering, but if you can look at behind me here, I think we see the tornado on the traffic camera right now. That's something. I can't, because of the flashes, we don't have if it's a daytime, you're able to see it better. But I think we have a tornado on the ground here around the Cape Girardeau Metro. So you need to get in that interior room, get to that basement. That's where you need to be, and that's where you need to be right now. It's not 100% that's the tornado. If we start seeing power flashes at it, then we would know, because there's always a chance of scud or something, but it kind of looks like at least a funnel cloud, not a tornado there. Live on the Missouri Department of Transportation camera. Take shelter now around Cape Girardeau here in the metro. That certainly looks like a tornado on the ground, but I'm not seeing the power flashes with it. And if we saw that, that'd be bad news. But with them just staying on this angle like this, just got to be taking shelter here. Again, a tornado warning in Cape Girardeau area right now. Tornado warning in effect. I mean, if you see that lower in there, we've seen so many flashes here. It seems like it's right in there, but it's possible because we're not seeing, and that could have been some power flash there, but because, it's not daytime, I can't just 100% guarantee that's it, but I have a feeling that's probably it there on Cape Girardeau. Again, a tornado on the ground here. In the Ward Metro area, it would seem. We need to go back to the radar. I wish we could double box these, and if it was just, more than a one-man band, we could keep this up the whole time. I'm going to keep trying to look at it here, but I got to go to the radar just to see where this is. So, and I got to make sure that's the updated scan, because if I don't have it up, sometimes it won't be, but it is. And the tornado northwest side of town, it would look like the radar scans are kind of, a little bit harder to make out the data with, but looks like right in here, maybe somewhere around US 61 there, around Cape Girardeau, where that bend is, and maybe coming right on the north side of town. And that's why it kind of looks like it's in the distance like that. That's why it kind of looks like it's in the distance there, as we're tracking the scenario. So let me go back to the traffic camera again now, the Missouri Department of Transportation camera. We're going to go ahead and pull this up again. Again, observed tornadoes near Jackson is what they're saying. The Jackson to Cape Girardeau, that corridor is where this tornado would be, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Okay, so tornado here. It looks like we might have a visual on it still. As we keep looking, I'm going to go ahead and move away from this camera for a moment, because there's one other camera that might have a visual on it here. It's a little further south, so it's probably a little less likely to, but we'll go ahead and try it as well as we're looking at the situation here. So just try to cover all of our bases. That might be it on the left side there as we're kind of looking at the situation. Just kind of trying to monitor things here around Cape Girardeau. Again, we apparently have the tornado on the traffic cameras here around the Cape Girardeau metro area. So, you know, you see some of these flashes here and the like. I'm going to go ahead and move away from this. I want to see what that statement says because I want to see if they actually said they confirmed it based on traffic camera data, you know, and images, I should say, because they very well may have said that. Okay, weather spotter confirmed the tornado, but I mean, you know, nasty situation. It's right in here, it would look like. Let's look for debris. At least we're not seeing a whole bunch of like debris here, meaning if there is a tornado down, you know, like what it seems like there is based on our visuals, it may not be extremely large and violent in this setup. It would probably be a weaker tornado, Area 1. But still, you know, tornado there in toward the metro area is concerning, obviously. Let me go ahead and go back to that camera to the north again because I think that's the one that, you know, really can give you the visual here on what's going on. Again, let me go ahead and jump back on over here now. And as we continue to watch for it, these flashes, I know we certainly saw something there that looked like a tornado a few moments ago as we were tracking things here from southeast Missouri. Again, a tornado reported on the ground there in southeastern parts of Missouri. As we were tracking things here, it seemed like we had a visual on the MODOT camera there. And this, you know, is that MODOT camera. I'm just going to take myself off the screen real quick so you guys, you see that logo from where this is originating from, the Missouri Department of Transportation there in that bottom right corner. So now I'll put myself back in front of the key wall here. I just wanted to make sure we give proper credit to these, you know, camera network systems like the state there in Missouri. As we go ahead and continue to watch this here, you know, as we're looking at the situation. There may still be something there, but the flashes aren't as frequent there at this point, and I may be getting a little bit further away from this camera at this point in time. So again, just continuing to track things here, continuing to monitor. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the tornado safety tips here again as we continue along with the coverage, as we're right there on the top of the hour again. We apparently had a tornado on here a moment ago on this live camera shot here as we're tracking this around parts of the heartland there in toward parts of southeastern Missouri. So, okay, it is now a radar indicated tornado warning again. So, you know, that kind of goes with maybe what we've been seeing here the last few moments as we're tracking the situation, or maybe it's not, you know, on the ground at the whole time, you know, that we're watching this here. You know, the whole time that we're watching this. Again, let me go ahead and check things here in the Weather Center as we continue along with the coverage. Again, trying to keep you guys safe and informed. It's been watching things there in toward the metro. Again, a dangerous weather situation, obviously. Just trying to effort some more information here. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. It's always important to take those tornado precautions. We still got to treat this as if it's on the ground and doing damage. As we have broad rotation all along the line from Cape Girardeau up, you know, just east of Jackson there. Again, trying to read some information behind the scenes. And around St. Louis, there's now reports of multiple vehicles trapped in high water on I-70 eastbound under the East Carey Street overpass, a low area there. So again, just trying to get the very latest here on what's going on. I'm going to go ahead and punch back up here another view. Okay, so that's just one of my sources. I'm just trying to go between everything here, so bear with me. Again, watching this rotation on this line, it's this area east of I-55 there, Interstate 55, that corridor. It's that area, you know, from up here down through there. So anywhere along that, you could have a quick spin up tornado. So it's probably not going to sustain itself for a real long time because it looks a little bit cooler up there and toward that part of the region as we're tracking the situation. So again, I just continuing to monitor things very carefully here. Just continuing to track things. You can see this is the rotation tracker from a few minutes ago with it, and you see how it's kind of been moving up this way and probably right around the Mississippi River right now with that rotation. So that will be, you know, just a little back a couple minutes probably. You know, the surface phase Cape Illinois there is just more in quite down to the south. We now have an observed tornado 12 miles east of Texarkana. So that box is going to turn purple there. And I kept the moderate risk out because things are still seemingly in play here that are a little more volatile with the tornado threat. As I know, that's toward areas there in southwest Arkansas. As we're just checking things, you know, here in that red box. Could have tornado winds to 170 miles an hour. Not out of the question. 170 miles an hour, which is very, very significant if things become discrete enough here. So this could be a dangerous evening still around Little Rock and to the east if things are able to become a little bit more discrete. I know, especially around like areas there on Brinkley and Desark, and I mean, that's where it really maximizes that tornado threat if we get storms in that area that are more discrete. So this threat is not over by any stretch of the imagination, but again, just continuing to track things here in toward the weather center. Trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. I'm just trying to keep everybody up to date on what's going on. As I'm efforting the latest details here on what we're dealing with. Just a one-man band. I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing anything. Again, a volatile weather situation. I know, super thunderstorm warnings input in that area as well. Again, a busy night here in the weather center. Let's get down to southwestern parts of Arkansas. Let's get down to southwestern parts of Arkansas there. For that tornado warning from that confirmed tornado moving up toward the Hope area. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado 12 miles east of Texarkana, 8 miles northwest of Garland there. So let's go ahead and say that. Let's go ahead and say that. As we continue to watch, continue to track. See all that wind in there. You know, and that threat kind of near the interstate corridor. You know, the Interstate 30 corridor there. As we continue to watch. Continue to bounce between some of the images. All that rain in St. Louis. You see half foot of rain in spots. Heading on up. Just checking all the latest data here on this Friday night, this April 4th, 2025. We kind of see where the tornado path might have kind of been, and then maybe busting somewhere up in here. I'm trying to make sure I'm angling this right, but that was at 18, that was at 52. So maybe, right about the top, or, within a minute or two at the top of the hour, somewhere in there. And that's because that camera I was showing you guys there about that time where we seemingly had some type of lower and maybe a tornado on the camera live. I'll have to kind of look back at it more, but that's imagery live from the Missouri Department of Transportation traffic camera in that area. So, telling that other story, in fact, that traffic camera, let me just try to give you guys an idea here of where that was here. That traffic camera, we were talking on the north side of Cape Girardeau. It was there, I-55 mile marker 99.6, Cape Girardeau, Jackson. We talked about that. So we're going to gather more information and be back here at the bottom of the hour unless we need to pop back in sooner, as we're still watching this translate over in this area here in Illinois. But then we have all sorts of flash flood warnings just all over the place. It's really a dangerous night. All this flooding ongoing here. So some serious stuff. And it's just, in terms of the flood threat, at least it's going to worsen. So we really got to pay attention here. We really got to, pay attention here as we're tracking this scenario. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of loop something around here. Just trying to get it here ready for us to take that break so you can watch the looping radar. As this night goes on, it's a very volatile weather situation. Not maybe as bad as Wednesday night, but it doesn't mean it still couldn't be deadly. In some of these isolated instances, with the moderate tornado risk and play all that warm air on the southern flank is not entrained into everything, but when it tries to get in there, it can cause and has caused some problems here with these, higher stability values, and these storms spinning, producing tornadoes at times, like what we saw around the Cape Girardeau area, and we're seeing some of that in southwest Arkansas now too. So, gonna be busy, gonna be keeping on watch. Gonna be back here in about 15 minutes at the bottom of the hour. Unless we need to pop back in sooner. So for now, meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Stay tuned and stay safe. We'll be back here, if it's warranted before the bottom of the hour, otherwise here in about 15 minutes.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here about an hour at 8:30 Central Time as we'll continue to watch this tornado outbreak situation. A lot of tornado watches on the board, quite a few tornado warnings. We're tracking things around Cape Girardeau there earlier on with an apparent tornado. I haven't seen too much more on that in the last few moments, so at least that is some good news, and that I haven't seen like a slew of damage reports or anything like that. But again, gonna continue to track things here in the Weather Center because there's some more warnings in that area there as we speak, in that vicinity at least. So let me go ahead and look in toward that quadrant. You see the looping radar. I know the reason we're emphasizing this nationally is because there is a 15% tornado risk. Granted, we've had, especially further north, some issues with instability to get things too crazy, but still 15% moderate 4 to 5 tornado risk on the board here. So we got to just pay attention to exactly what is going on here in the meteorology. I know we're getting some information on some other things as well, but you see Cape Girardeau there, and we also to the south we have a tornado warning coming toward Poplar Bluff. Another area of rotation there, so you want to take those tornado precautions as we're looking toward that area. That's very important to keep in mind doing things along those lines as we're looking there toward parts of Ripley, Butler, and Carter counties. So just got to be very mindful of that. As we get back toward Cape Girardeau, we have severe thunderstorm warnings all around there, even a severe thunderstorm warning coming part of southeastern Perry County, but south of Perryville there, you see Carbondale. We have a severe thunderstorm warning including them, so that's Southern Illinois University, SIU. And you just have to watch for little embedded areas of rotation right along this line. There have been some different tornado possible tags on some of these, including that one there around Cape Girardeau, but no actual tornado warning at the moment there. Again, we're watching Butler, Carter, Ripley. I know the radar cover didn't great out there, but around there near Donovan to the north, pretty tight rotation moving up toward Poplar Bluff over the next little bit. So that's something to be very mindful of, obviously, as we're dealing with the scenario. I know in Carter County, flash flood emergency continues there. Let me go to my other source here. Let's go to the Paducah radar. On the other source, I think it's our analyst source. I haven't been using it much lately, but we're going to use it now because you can isolate the actual catastrophic polygon here. These are very rare to get flash flood emergencies, though. We saw a lot in Hurricane Helene toward the Carolina region, and we may start seeing a good clustering of them later tonight as the threat increases. The heavy rainfall continues to come down. This is an area there around Van Buren to Elsinore. The latest update there is that around Van Buren, apparently up to 15 water rescues have already occurred. So that is really bad news there. I mean, in that, these have had to happen. Hopefully everybody can be rescued safely. We're not getting a report. There was a water rescue up in St. Francis County around Blackwell there. As you see on Cape Girardeau, very heavy rain coming in there, and we have a bunch of considerable flash flooding polygons in play now, not including Cape Girardeau for this considerable flooding. There is a regular flash flood warning there, but considerable flooding threat for Perryville to St. Genevieve. I know that goes off in your phone once you get one of those issued for your area. As an emergency alert once it gets upgraded to considerable. There's also for St. Louis, going up there, south side of town further up. I will say that I need to kind of switch to the St. Louis radar because I was looking at some other things behind the scenes, and that's not as heavy. That rain isn't as heavy up there around St. Louis, as it looks from the other mode. I know, just continuing to check things here. Continuing to check Franklin, St. Charles, St. Louis County, St. Louis City there. Flash flood warning considerable threat. Not an emergency, but it's just one level off of that. When you have these maroon boxes, and when you have the maroon and the black outline, I'll take the others off. It's this one here, or to the regular red, which is a tornado warning. This is an emergency flash flood, so not good. Not good when you have an emergency flash flood. We're also getting a report now around the Bloomsdale area. There was apparently a report here. Let me switch on over here to our other mode. Okay, we're in this, so let's just keep it here. We'll zoom in up there around Bloomsdale. And let's see here. So there was a report 3 miles west-southwest, around 6:48 Central. It just came in, but that water rescue had to be performed there at Jackson School Road and Highway Wide. So just copious amounts of rain here as we're tracking the scenario. This is the type of weather that can lead to that, flash flooding being so dangerous. It can take lives, obviously. The swift currents of water, you don't see how deep it is, and especially when it gets dark, it makes things even more dangerous, more volatile here. As we're still getting reported a confirmed tornado in southwest Arkansas. So let's go back down there. Let's switch radar sources here. Let me go ahead and switch radar sources to this one. We've had a confirmed tornado in this purple area here. Better coverage is really lacking, but it was from spotter reports there of a tornado near Hope moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So eventually moving up toward the Prescott community. It looks like the warning out ahead was for radar indications, so hopefully it's not staying on the ground the whole time. I don't think it is, but we're just going to go ahead and keep on watching. You see Arkadelphia there. We're watching the interstate corridor there, obviously. We're just going to keep on paying attention. As you're watching there, you see Clark County there. You see that's Interstate 30, it looks like. As we're tracking the situation. So, again, as we go up further to the north, Cape Girardeau, severe thunderstorm warning, really nasty, heavy rain there on that line. And that's eventually could be headed toward Massac County here. We'll see. It may stay a little bit as I zoom in really tight. It may stay, that worst may stay just north of Brookport with that. Now this one back here, some of that stuff might eventually come on into the pictures. So, again, just continuing to track things here in the Weather Center. Continuing to give you guys the very latest as we've seen the alerts come on in. And the like here. New tornado warning in northeast Texas now. Radar indications there. Gregg, Smith, and Upshur counties as we're tracking things there. So just continuing to track all of that. Continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. Just trying to keep you guys informed here on this national level threat. That's why we're on such a big deal nationally. We continue to watch the situation. I know there are 11 considerable flash flood threat type of warnings in play right now in the country. Those go off on cell phones under that level. That includes St. Louis, includes St. Genevieve County, includes Perry County. It doesn't quite include Cape Girardeau County, but then we have one of these that's even worse and considerable as catastrophic. And, that's flash flooding down toward Van Buren, where about 15 water rescues have had to be performed to try to save people's lives from the floodwaters rising so fast and, catching people maybe off guard there, unfortunately. So just got to be very weather aware in a situation like this. So, again, just continuing to track everything here in toward the Weather Center. We're just going to keep on tracking and be back at the top of the hour. Nothing to come back sooner. So, please keep it tuned here. Let me see if there are any questions or comments from any of the viewers at home. But I know I appreciate you guys tuning in as I try to keep you guys updated the best I can here in this one-man van as we go ahead and track the situation here as we go ahead and monitor things. So, again, that's kind of the storyline right now. The tornado warning continued for parts of Butler, Carter, Ripley until 9:15 Central. Let me go ahead and pull up those tips. Okay, so Butler, Carter, Ripley to 9:15 Central. At 8:38, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near the community in Missouri of Budapest there, or 8 miles north of Doniphan, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So, continuing to watch everything here meteorologically. Let me go ahead and switch this over to the main outlook here. Bear with me. I know you see still a risk here of severe storms. Let me just go all the way through this. Bear with me here. So I want to see you guys San Antonio, because I know, we have folks that are there because the Gator basketball team's in the Final Four, so some folks from our area are there, and there's a slight risk of severe weather tonight. As we're looking at tornado threat really in there, thankfully, but there's a hail threat. And some of that hail could be significant in size. It does damage 2 inches or greater. So if folks have rental cars, that might be an issue if that were to come, to fruition, that risk that, is in play at least to some degree comes into, uh, play there. And then the wind risk is 15%. You see some storms just in or below the severe limits to the north and west right now. And those are actually, that looks like it's moving north. So as we continue to watch things here, we continue to give you guys the very latest. So, that's something that is interesting to watch as we're looking at things here in toward the weather center. I'm going to put on some of the model guidance because I know you guys will be wondering what the weather is over there in the, hours to come. Different festivities. Looks like we're going to have quite a bit of strengthening on a line here, though, even if that one storm's going north. This next few hours could be a little bit rough if things come into play, and then you see some decay and then more development in the night there. You see it's in the 80s now as the current temperatures and the lightning overlaid, and then you see clearing there rest of the afternoon. Not seeing anything right there at least as I zoom out. The afternoon, evening, not really seeing much. So that's good, at least on that model run. We'll be watching stuff. This is, early morning, really wee hours, late Saturday and early Sunday in Mississippi with the warning or with the threat for warnings there. So we'll be watching all the model guidance here, giving you guys the very latest on what's going on. Right, and there's 4 tornado warnings in the country. Considering the overall tornado risk, which is 15%, that pales into comparison of what we had back on Wednesday night so far. But we still got to be careful. There was a confirmed tornado reported in Hope, Arkansas earlier on in Hempstead, in Nevada County under that there, depending on how you want to pronounce that. And then as we go ahead and look, another warning for them, Hempstead in Nevada, Greg Smith in Upshur counties in Texas, tornado warning, radar indicated, Butler, Carter, and Ripley in Missouri around Poplar Bluff, another tornado warning in play there. So we're going to keep you guys up to date here. I'm back at the top of the hour unless we need to pop back in sooner. So for now, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Stay tuned here and stay safe as we'll monitor the latest weather developments.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 9 o'clock Central Time, 10 o'clock Eastern, as we're getting the latest information in on the weather situation toward the center of the country. That red area kind of underneath everything. That's a 15% tornado risk. It doesn't happen very often here toward the country. You know, those are pretty rare. Not as rare as what we had back on Wednesday, 30% tornado risk, but still a big deal nonetheless of the high risk. This is a moderate 4 to 5 risk. So we have a lot going on, though, not as much as it could be, so we may go ahead and ramp to a radar stream here pretty soon instead of doing half-hour cut-ins, only cutting in as needed. But as we look toward northeast Texas, there's a tornado warning right now around the Tyler to Longview area, kind of in between those two spots, as we have the tightest of the rotations. So that is in play for portions of Smith, Upshur, and Gregg counties there until about 9:15 Central Time. We also have a tornado warning in play as we look here northeast of Hope, radar indicated southeast of Texarkana, radar indicated. Those are the 3 tornado warnings in the country, but we got to watch toward like Little Rock because it is warm over there. And well, we're going to keep the stream going because we start getting tough to kind of maximize here. And it become more discreet in a corridor where it's a little warmer. That could be problematic there, Little Rock and, you know, toward the east if things come together in the wrong way because we do have some instability there. We do have some tornado perimeters, especially a little bit further east, closer, you know, toward East Arkansas and in toward the Memphis metro. So I gotta even have multiple ways to get alerts overnight here, just to be on the safe side as we're looking at the overall scenario here. You know, no tornado watch for Memphis yet, but that could definitely come into play later on. So you gotta be paying attention here. You gotta be paying attention here for sure. And as we look here, like around Cape Girardeau to the south of it's been thunderstorm warning, same for Poplar Bluff. Gotta watch to see if any of those tighten up. We have a thunderstorm warning north of Paducah now. That right now is staying north of like Metropolis and the like, but this storm here toward the west of Sikeston, that's gotta be monitored here. There's a little weak rotation on it. And you know, this could be something that areas there like Dexter to Sikeston, give or take, they might have to monitor even over toward Paducah eventually here in the metro. So again, continuing to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's happening in that regard. But in the flooding threats, the biggest story. There's 3 tornado warnings in the country, 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, but 34 flash flood warnings. And now you just got word not 1 but 2 of these are now flash flood emergencies, catastrophic flooding is ongoing now toward Cape Girardeau. We're just getting that in the last couple seconds of other source here. It's not a catastrophic scenario toward the Cape Girardeau metro. Catastrophic situation there. So let's go ahead and go to the analyst computer. You know, as we look, we're off the St. Louis Raiders, so I need to go ahead and switch to the Paducah. So bear with me here. I'm going to go ahead and switch to the Paducah radar here. Out of Kentucky. That gives us a better vantage point on this stuff further to the south. As we go ahead and look things, you know, on here, look at things and the like. So, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what we're doing. You see all that lightning, but then, you know, the worst has moved past Van Buren for now, but there are about 15 water rescues there. But now look at all this heavy rain around Cape Girardeau here and the metro. This is a flash flood emergency for Cape Girardeau County. Emergency management has reported flooding from thunderstorms producing heavy rain. You know, that's causing, you know, the situation to be one filled with water rescues and multiple road closures due to the high water over them. And between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen, and additional amounts of 1 to 2 are possible in the warned area. So Cape Girardeau, Jackson, Scott City, talking about Gordonville, Dutchtown, Millersville, Old Appleton, Pocahontas, they're in that area. It's an emergency flood situation now for the Cape Girardeau metro. As we're looking at the situation, you know, as we're kind of looking, let's go to those 1 hour rainfall totals here on this other source. And you'll be able to see in the red, that's a couple inches. In the purple, that's, you know, getting up to toward a few inches. In the white, the same story. And then this is, you add everything together though, just the antecedent rainfall being in the metro, everything's kind of coming together in the wrong way there. And you're talking about over a half foot of rain, and that's an emergency situation now toward Cape Girardeau. As we see a tornado warning is popping up in southern Illinois around the Goreville area. We have a tornado warning there south of Marion. You see that hook on that line? That's concerning, moving right toward the interstate corridor there. That'd be I-24. So Union, Johnson, and Williamson counties now. Goreville, Marion, and the like under that tornado warning. Goreville is the greatest danger, though. Very well could see something touch down there, or if not already touching down, maybe around Goreville. That's on the edge, so it may not be exactly, but we got to be very cautious, very mindful, very careful around the Goreville community. They're in parts of Johnson County, so there could be a tornado trying to develop there, and not, really obvious, not an emergency or, something even down, so it's not, it's a national storyline that we need to really stick with here, but we're going to be monitoring everything, just like the other 3 tornado warnings that, we're tracking, 2 in Arkansas and 1 there toward northeastern Texas. The 2 in Arkansas are southwest Arkansas right now, but we got to pay attention here, just all over the board here. Can't let our guard down by any stretch of the imagination here. You see all these flood reports and flash flood warnings. I know that kind of helps to limit the severe threat some eventually over to the north and west. I know you see watches drop further up there and even further, back, but we still have threats further to the south as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the situation, and some of this stuff from the southwest could kind of get into Lord Little Rock here later tonight. It'll be a problem depending on how the parameters hold together. It's kind of on the edge of them right now, which could help, limit the overall threat. But we'll just have to kind of wait and see here as we look at the overall situation. It's one that really bears watching here for sure in the overall meteorological pattern. So again, we just have to continue to track things here very, very carefully. Let me go ahead, pull this on up as we continue here to watch the situation. Continue to track it. I'm just going to run a loop of the radar, and we're just kind of keep that up and break back in here as needed or if needed here as we're looking ahead. So really more if needed. Hopefully we don't have to again tonight, but we very well could. I know tomorrow we'll be watching the Arkla Mist for severe weather concerns, generally that vicinity, and then on Sunday we'll start to see stuff in like Alabama, and eventually later on in the day and night, maybe approaching toward our western counties, our 62 counties that we cover here in toward the weather center. So, and then toward Monday, storms around, the severe threat may be a little lower for the east, but there'll still be one. So you still got to remain weather alert here for some rogue severe warnings from time to time, but some rain around, very high chance of that nonetheless, even regardless of severe warnings on Monday toward North Florida, South Florida, and our covered area. So I'm going to keep watching things, keep tracking them. That's going to do it for the time being. And I'll be back here again if conditions warrant, as conditions warrant here. We'll pop in here with the very latest on the situation. But I'm going to leave this running. Since we don't have this numerous tornadoes like on the ground, we had a tornado outbreak, and this is still kind of, a continuation of that from the other day. We may have officially had one today, but I'm just going to take that banner away from the corner because don't want to, mislead anybody here at the moment. But if things start ramping back up, we'll, pop back in here. I'll be back on if it is necessary. But again, I just keep those tornado safety tips in mind here. I'm watching things for you guys, the viewers at home. Here's those tips. Just keep those in mind. I'll be continuing to track everything, but I'm going to leave the radar running with no audio and not any more half-hour updates unless we have to break back in. If we need to, though, we will be on top of it if things turn into bigger national threat. We do have 2 classified emergencies, one Cape Girardeau County, one toward part of Carter County. So, gotta be really careful around Van Buren in Missouri. We have a flash flood emergency there for part of Carter County, and then Cape Girardeau County, a flash flood emergency or potentially catastrophic life-threatening flooding. So be really careful. That could become probably will become a bigger story through the night with people if they're trying to go out. It's something you really shouldn't do unless you have to, because you can't see how deep the water is, and that could, be a problem where it leads to water rescues and then potentially life-threatening situations, and maybe, just things sadly turn out the very wrong way. It can be fatal. Flash flooding, when your car gets swept away, it can be a very bad and dire situation. So we'll be keeping tabs on things, breaking back in if needed, but remember the mantra from the Weather Service: turn around, don't drown. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking things, let me go ahead and pull up. We have all these flash flood warnings. Let me go ahead and pull up the flood and safety tips here real quick. before we kind of wrap up the talking, let me go ahead and pull up our flash flood warning information if I can here. If I can find in our system. Bear with me here. I don't see them right off the top. Okay, well, nonetheless, okay, what our tips are, just turn around, don't drown. Make sure you keep in mind that only 6 inches of flowing water can knock you down. So, again, that's why it's so important to, take heed of these flooding situations, these flood risks, these flood dangers here as we look ahead in toward the timeline. So, again, just going to go ahead and keep looking here at the situation, and I'll be back here again if it's warranted. Otherwise, have a great night and stay safe, but be very, very careful when we have flood alerts in play like what we do tonight. 34 flash flood warnings in the country right now. That is a tremendous amount, and not in a good way. So stay tuned, stay safe. Please be careful. I'll be back here. Keep in mind if we get more purple boxes when this loop stops each time around. If it stops with purple boxes, that means something's been confirmed for a tornado. If the red boxes, red are indicated. Yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. The green boxes, the slew of them, are flash flood warnings, and the icons, a lot of those are the flash flooding report icons as well. And we might switch to different radar views as needed through the night. So just kind of watching things on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch, all the different platforms here to keep you guys safe and informed. We have the website available as well. So cloudy.com with the interactive radar and all the links there. So that's going to do it for now. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me. I'm going to leave this running. Severe thunderstorm warning, continues for different parts of the country and the heartland. And a tornado warning continuing there toward portions of Union County and Illinois a moment ago, but now they've canceled that. It continues for Johnson and Williamson. Possible tornado and area of straight line wind damage potential located over the Lake of Egypt area or 9 miles south of Merriam, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So, got to keep watching that there, obviously, as the situation does persist. Here over the next little bit. So, let me see real quick. Little Rock Radar, I know there's some flash flood warnings here on Little Rock Cabin northward, and more rain coming in. That is let's see here. That is a base flash flood warning right now for like Cabin North. Got more rain coming in. New flash flood warning now for Little Rock, and that one is also base. So not considerable, not going off on the cell phones, that's an emergency alert yet, but more rain coming in. Tornado threat not over. And we'll be watching, and again, if something becomes a bigger national story, we'll pop back in here. Or if we have to start other streams in the days to come, we'll do that here as is necessary. But again, stay tuned for the latest updates. That's going to do it for now. I'm going to wrap it on up. But again, pop back in is what I'll do if it is necessary. Please, please, everybody, stay safe out there. It is a Friday night, so I know folks are out and about here in these type of situations, and that's something that you really want to try to not do if you're, thinking about something like that, because, if there's a situation where you have a flash flood warning in play, at least for your area, because, there could just be folks there that are getting caught up in floodwaters. You could get caught up in them too. It's dark, and I know sometimes you can even have younger drivers in the road, and you could have people there that may not be able to kind of have an idea of their surroundings even here, because it's so dark and the like. So please stay safe and stay informed. Just remember the mantra, please, if you see something that looks too deep, turn around, don't drown. It's so important. And if there's a tornado warning, basement's the best place to go. But if there's too much, flood waters in play, some type of other tornado shelter, whether it's public shelter or one at your house, or just that interior room away from windows, as we start to have that, kind of interaction between the flood and the tornado threat, both of them come into play. You have a flooded basement, you can't go there. You have to take other tornado precaution measures. So, tricky situation tonight. We'll be back here if it's warranted, but otherwise, we'll be watching our local weather here too. Later Sunday into Monday with a threat toward parts of our region. There is a risk in the western counties officially, but not further east. But Monday is when we'll have stuff further east that could be strong and severe at times. So We'll be watching. We're from Stark, Florida, watching this coverage, of the storms here on the map, and I'll be providing coverage for the local weather for any tornado warning storm within the 62 counties. So keep that in mind as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here. I'll be on here for anything within the 62 counties. If it's a tornado warning storm moving through, we'll be watching severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings that may arise as well. As we look ahead into toward the timeline, not saying we're just going to be inundated with the rain like toward our neighbor to the west does. So that's the good news. But we're going to have to watch and we're going to have to track things, as we look ahead. And we'll be doing that here for you. The logo's red more for the western parts, of and toward the center of the country, not toward our covered area. But we'll be watching locally here too. So that'll do it. Have a great weekend if we don't have to come back before, later on Sunday for local concerns. But we really may have to. So please stay weather aware. That'll do it.